We're good. We're good.
All right, I'd like to call everybody to order and ask that we be led. This is for a special call meeting for tonight, Monday, October the 26th. Ask that we be led in a moment of prayer by Commissioner Denise Terry.
Thank you. I am going to say the firefighter's prayer tonight. The firefighter's prayer. When I am called to duty, God, wherever flames may rage, give me the strength to save some life, whatever be its age. Help me embrace a little child before it is too late, or save an older person from the horror of the fate. Enable me to be alert and hear the weakest shout, and quickly and efficiently to put the fire out. I want to feel my calling and to give the best in me, to guard my every neighbor and to protect their property. And if according to your will I have to lose my life, please bless with your protecting hand my children and my wife.
Amen.
Amen.
That's the most appropriate prayer, as you'll see later on in our agenda. If you'll stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. There are three of us. Commissioner Carter will be late, but we still have quorum, so you've had the agenda, and I assume it meets your approval, unless I hear otherwise. So we'll go right into item number 1. This is a retirement recognition for Jerry Domidian. What a crew.
It's the crew. Looking good.
You got your homegrown fire department.
Basketball team.
Are you ready, sir? Come forth, young man. On behalf of all that you've contributed to the Danville Fire Department, I sincerely thank you and present you with a customary gift, and hope you find great joy and happiness in your years to come. What are you going to do?
Spend it with my great family.
There you go.
That's what I get to do.
Got some hobbies?
We've just acquired a business, family business. My mom ran it for 22 years, and we've taken it over. So
What's the name of it?
Lancaster Florist.
Well, there you go. Oh boy, you getting into the thick of the season. Good.
Went from fighting fire to putting in flowers. Right?
Well, if you decide the flower thing's too much, come on back. Yes, sir. Thank you. Chief.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We at the Danville Fire Department want to thank Lieutenant Jerry Domidian and his family for everything they've done. Jerry came to us in December of 2014. He worked part-time for us, and then he went full-time in 2016. Jerry also worked part-time, and he went to full-time firefighter, and he promoted to lieutenant. Jerry started in the fire service at Camp Dick Fire and Rescue, riding an engine with his father. Jerry's career has lasted 33 years in the fire service, which is pretty amazing. Someone could do that for that long, helping the community out. He was also director at Dresden County EMS for 5 years before he came to the Danville Fire Department. Amy, I also want to thank you and your family for letting Jerry work with us. He's been truly a dedicated employee, a wonderful friend, and a true community service member for our family. The fire helmet, it's more than just an piece of equipment. It's actually an iconic symbol for the profession and the sacrifices made to his own community and safety in order to help the others. At this time, we'd like to present Lieutenant Jerry Domitian with his leather fire helmet that he's wore for the service to the city of Danville, and hope that Jerry can finally hang his helmet high. So thank you, Jerry, for everything.
Hey, Jerry, introduce your family, please, sir.
To my right, I have my father, Pete Domitian. This is where I started my fire service. I'm still in Doug this morning. I started my fire service when he could throw me into the passenger seat of the fire truck and we could drive down the road, and
Right.
nothing was ever thought about it. Then I have my mother, Betty, who is a Danville resident, lives here in Danville. I have my son, Grayson, and my daughter, Susanna. I have my other son, Graham, my other son, Jack, my other daughter, Isabella, and my wife, Amy. And I have one more daughter who is not here tonight. She lives in Junction City.
Gotcha.
So I have 6 kids.
All right.
Eh. Kids, I hope you all like flower business. Well, congratulations again, and we thank you for your time with us.
Thank you.
Amen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There's cake out there, obviously.
It's the fire station.
Bye-bye. That was nice.
Nice family.
Next, we have a recognition of fallen firefighter by Lieutenant David Spanier. If he's here. Ah, there he is.
All right.
You're on, sir.
All righty. Well, appreciate the opportunity to come and talk about our line of duty death recognition of the fire department. Again, and thank the commission and everybody for letting us have the opportunity. October the 4th was the National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Day. So in 2019, according to the U.S. Fire Administration, we had 48 line of duty deaths in the fire service in the United States. In the past 10 years, that was an average of 68 firefighters lost per year as a result of line of duty deaths. As of this morning, when I checked this year, 2020, October 26, 2020, we've had 72 firefighters have lost their life in line of duty, which leads me into our couple of line of duty deaths we've had here in the city of Danville. So December 24th, 1938, Christmas Eve, firefighter Levi Nelson. Fireman Levi Nelson, 24 years old, was answering the call of a structure fire at South 3rd Street, 463 South 3rd Street. When the fire bell rang from the courthouse, Levi ran from the newspaper office on Main Street. So that was between the 4th Street and 3rd Street. It's a Kentucky Advocate. It was recorded that he stated, "This is where I make another $1 for Christmas." That's been an 8-year tradition. On Saturday morning, Levi waited at the newspaper office for the newspaper to come off the press. As Levi attempted to board the fire engine, the 1920 Aaron's Fox fire engine is the first motorized apparatus for the city of Danville, which was traveling east on Main Street. He slipped and fell from the apparatus. As a result of the accident, fireman Levi Nelson was fatally injured. At the time, firefighters only received $1 for each fire run they made. That equates to inflation of $18 in 2020. Levi was survived by his wife and 2 children. One still survives today. She lives in Danville, Loretta Taylor. She was 89, is that correct, Chief? 82 years old. Levi was a member of the fire department for many years. He was known for never missing an alarm. Levi was a janitor at the Globe Shoe Company. It's recorded that Levi will be greatly missed in the fire department. Levi's dedication to his family and community reinforces what firefighters stand for. I'm going to share the transcription of the fire run log, which we have on display at the Firehouse Central Fire Station. December 24th, 1938, received call, South 3rd Street, Jim Hafford residence, about 2:15 p.m. Entering fire alarm truck had proceeded east on Main Street, approximately 100 feet from the fire station. Levi Nelson, volunteer firefighter coming west on Main, attempted to jump on the fire truck while in motion. missing his footing, causing him to fall into the street with such force that his skull was crushed. Physician statement. Right rear wheel passed over his body. Witness statement. Driver of truck unaware of accident until later informed. Tom Connolly, driving the Aaron's Fox fire truck going east on Main Street to 3rd Street in response to the fire alarm at Terry Hafford's residence on South 3rd Street, had an unavoidable accident. The driver did not know of the accident until he had proceeded onto the fire. The result of the death of Levi Nelson, volunteer fireman. Tom was notified of the scene of the fire according to the accident of Harvey Gover, fireman, came to the scene of the fire shortly after the truck arrived, and Tom went to the hospital where Dr. Cowan reported Levi dead from a crushed skull. Witnesses, Felber Marshall, riding truck, Raymond Shoemaker, Arthur Bodner, Charles Caldwell, manager of the White Tavern, and the boy that worked for the Shoemaker garage. It was Levi Nelson, December 24th, 1938. Shane King, fireman, February 3rd of 2007. Firefighter Shane King, 29 years old, had been a firefighter since age 16. Died Saturday, February 3rd of 2007. Shane was returning home from a department-mandated EMT training near Houstonville, Kentucky, when his personal vehicle crossed over the center line and struck an oncoming semi-tractor trailer head-on. Shane was pronounced dead at the scene. Line-of-duty deaths are classified as when an individual's life is cut short as a direct result of his or her service. This can be included, but not limited to, direct loss of life during emergency incident, cardiac event within 24 hours of the last line-of-duty activity, and commuting required for duty. However, there can be some exceptions with commuting back and forth. I'm going to share is Shane's obituary. Born Saturday, March 19, 1977, in Boyle County, Kentucky. Shane was the son of Doris and Barbara Harris King of Parksville. Shane was a firefighter of the City of Danville Fire Department and a member of the Houstonville Baptist Church. Shane was a 1995 graduate of Boyle County High School, a brown belt in martial arts, an avid NASCAR fan, and an avid football fan, especially for the Cincinnati Bengals. At age 16, he began to work with the Boyle County Fire Department. In 2005, he was awarded the Danville Fire Department's Part-Time Firefighter of the Year Award, and on January 4th of 2007 was hired as a full-time member of the Danville Fire Department. Survivors include his dear wife, Debbie Maples King, his parents, Doris and Barbara Harris King of Parksville, a stepson, Gregory Miller of Moreland, a stepdaughter, Christy Daughtry of Houstonville, brothers Roger, Karen King of Gastonia, North Carolina, Jeffrey King of Danville, Barry King of Parksville, 3 step-grandchildren, Victoria Miller, Tyler Williams, and Levi Daughtry. A fireman's funeral will be at 1 p.m. on Wednesday, February the 7th, 2007, at Preston Pruitt by the Reverends John Pinnock, Jonathan Grizzle, and Glenn Gasser. Burial will be followed at Danville Memorial Gardens. Pallbearers will be the members of Boyle County and the City of Danville Fire Department. It was Shane King, February the 3rd, 2007. Walter Tom Gillhausen, Battalion Chief. Date of death was March 15th, 2013. Tom was a little bit of a exception at the time in 2013. So Battalion Chief Tom Gillhausen lost his life after a battle with esophageal cancer. Firefighters are exposed to a higher chance of job-related cancer due to the chemicals produced during a fire incident. Tom was always full of laughs and wore a huge smile. He had a lot love for the job like any other. In his spare time, you could frequently find Tom with his woodworking hobby, where he was constantly building new things. The 2 wooden entry doors of the fire station he built by hand. When Tom wasn't woodworking, he'd be guaranteed to find spending time with his family, especially his son, Dawson. Tom lost his life as an active member of the fire department. Prior to 2016, occupational disease was not a recognized form of line-of-duty death in the state of Kentucky. 2016 passed state law for the firefighter cancer bill, which now guarantees $80,000 in line-of-duty death connected with occupational disease. Tom's obituary would have been Walter Clarence Tom Gillhausen, age 56, of Raintree Circle in Stanford, passed away Wednesday, May 15th, 2013, at Baptist Health, Lexington. Born Saturday, July 21st, 1956 in Danville, he was the son of late Walter William and Virginia May Barry Gillhausen. His loving wife is Tanya Boyd Gillhausen, whom he wed on May 9th of 2004. Tom graduated from Lincoln County High School, class of 1979. He worked as a battalion chief for the City of Danville Fire Department. Tom was a member of the Calvary Hill Baptist Church and an avid train collector and loved woodworking. In addition to his wife, Tom leaves behind 2 sons, Shane Boyd, Patricia of Houstonville, Dawson William Gillhausen of Stanford, 1 daughter, Rachel Boyd of Stanford, 1 brother, Louis Gillhausen, John of Frankfort, 2 sisters, Opal Elkins Roberts and Benita Kalasa John, both of Stanford, 1 grandson, Tristan Boyd of Houstonville, 1 grandchild due November 16th of 2013. 5 nieces and nephews, Ryan Thomas Gilhausen, Shelby Caitlin Gilhausen, Adam Kyle Gilhausen, Daniel Elkins Trista, and Justin Colasa, 3 great grandnephews, Bryson Tucker and Jackson Elkins, and his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Jean and Nancy Boyd of Stanford. Funeral service will be held noon, Saturday, May 18th of 2013 at Calvary Hill Baptist Church with Brother Stuart Dawson officiating the service. The City of Danville Fire Department will be active pallbearers, nieces and nephews, and Jean and Todd Boyd will serve as honorary pallbearers. Full firefighter honors will be following the service. Following all services, honoring Tom's wishes, cremation rites will be honored. Those are our 3 line of duty deaths. We always made a promise to the fire department to never forget any of those guys. Building's named for Levi, and yeah, I definitely can say I think all of us will never forget those people.
Thank you for sharing those names and the reason you guys are here, and
Appreciate it.
sometimes the price you pay.
Had the opportunity, myself and firefighter Justin McBride completed the Kentucky Brotherhood Ride. It's 131 miles cycling across Kentucky, so we actually had the opportunity to present those names and stories at the Kentucky Firefighters Memorial in Frankfort. So, challenge everybody, if you have the opportunity to go up there and spend a little time and read those names.
Saw the pictures. You
It
and
was an interesting ride.
the picture was taken before you took the ride, right?
The picture across the fire station
In New Jersey,
in New Jersey, that was I think it was about a week afterwards.
week after. So you had
After we
recovered.
were able to recover and walk again, yes,
We
sir.
need, next time we want a picture right after the ride.
We were both actually on duty the next day. We were slow to move.
And the other message I have is, how in the world do you let Gabe lead the procession for safety?
Well, he told us that if he didn't lead, he was going to get in the back and push us with the bumper of the fire truck, of the Ford pickup truck.
Well, I'm glad he didn't get you lost anyway.
Trying to get him to ride with us next year.
Good luck on that one.
Again, thank you for the opportunity.
Are any of
Thank
those
you.
family members outside?
No, they're not tonight.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, all right.
I did talk with Ms. Nelson on the telephone
Mm-hmm.
and told her that we would try to get some type of a copy to her somehow, but she didn't have internet service. So we're gonna try to work the technology out to sometime take it to her next week or so.
Well, her birthday is Wednesday, so if you could get it to her Wednesday, it might be a nice little birthday
On
present.
duty Wednesday.
Yeah,
We'll try to work that out.
Be a good birthday present.
yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
That's neat.
Item 3, Commissioner Atkins has requested the honor of this proclamation, so proclaim away.
Is his family out there?
They're, let them come in.
Proclamation, Tom Wayne Broach. Whereas Tom Wayne Broach was born in, Pascagoula,
Pascagoula.
Mississippi, and moved to Danville, Kentucky in 1980. And whereas Tom served the city of Danville as a police officer from 1980 to 2002, and as a codes enforcement officer from 2002 to 2019. And whereas Tom was a member of the Kentucky Association of Chiefs of Police, a Kentucky colonel, and honorary chief of the city of Danville. And whereas Tom loved the city of Danville and working in law enforcement and always put the city first in everything he did. And whereas Tom was an example of a true public servant, always helping whenever he was needed. And whereas Tom was considered by many as the most famous police officer in the city, now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and the board of commissioners of the city of Danville, Kentucky, hereby remember Tom Wayne Broach for his dedication and service to the citizens of Danville, Kentucky. We signed this proclamation in honor of Tom Wayne Broach. And on a personal note, I've known the Broach family for a long time. I remember when I first met Tom, he was doing some work with some elementary age students at Tolliver School. He tried to convince me that I'd had him in class at Bate Miller School, but I wasn't really convinced of that. I said, maybe your wife, but not you. But Tom has been a personal friend of my family. Chase and my youngest son, my baby, Justin, played football for the Admirals for many years together and graduated 2002 together, right? Okay. So it's my honor to present this on behalf of the city.
Ms. Brooks, you're glad you could join us.
What's that? Do I have it up the right way?
Yes.
She said,
Why'd you let him?
Every time I look at him, he has that mask on upside down.
upside down, read. Oh, right here. How long is this, Sister Margaret? All right. Thank you, guys. Sorry about the occasion, but we all know where he is. Just
There you go.
He's smiling down, and looking at us, and saying, what else can I do next? He's in our prayers. Thank you, guys. And if you want to say something,
Oh, she didn't move fast enough, did she?
she's ready to run. She's ready to run. Chase Tom.
I'll
Absolutely. Tom would have.
do something that's uncharacteristic. We'll give a brooch a platform, and then they'll try to keep it to a limited time. You know, Dad and I often spoke about public service and what it means, and it's so easy sometimes to forget the thank yous because of all the negative that you get along the way. And sometimes you're not actually here to get to see how appreciated you are. But we had hundreds of people turn out for visitation, and the funeral procession consisted of law enforcement from around the area. City Hall, its employees came outside as the procession passed, and it was just an honor. So the city as people have been great to us, and the city as an employer has been great to us. So just on behalf of the family, thank you, City of Danville, for everything.
Ditto what he said.
Well said, Mom.
That's right.
Thank you all.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
Thank
coming
you.
out.
Thank you.
Do I hear a motion for the acceptance of that proclamation?
So moved.
Second?
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins, second by Commissioner Terry. In discussion, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 4 is a proclamation for Extra Mile Day. It's my understanding no one's here to receive that, but I'll read it anyway. Whereas Danville, Kentucky, and I'm going to do this kind of in honor of Rick Sears, who couldn't be with us tonight.
All right.
Whereas Danville, Kentucky is a community which acknowledges that a special vibrancy exists within the entire community when its individual citizens collectively go the extra mile in personal effort, volunteerism, and service. And whereas Danville, Kentucky is a community which encourages its citizens to maximize their personal contribution to the community by giving of themselves wholeheartedly and with total effort, commitment, and conviction to their individual ambitions, family, friends, and community. And whereas Danville, Kentucky is a community which chooses to shine a light on and celebrate individuals and organizations within its community who go the extra mile in order to make a difference and lift up fellow members of their community. And whereas Danville, Kentucky acknowledges the mission of Extra Mile America to create 500 Extra Mile cities in America and is proud to support Extra Mile Day on November 1, 2020. Now, therefore, Mayor G. Michael Parris and the Board of Commissioners of the City of Danville, Kentucky do hereby proclaim November 1, 2020 to be Extra Mile Day and urge each individual in the community to take time on this day to not only go the extra mile in his or own life, but to also acknowledge all those who are inspirational in their efforts and commitment to make their organizations, families, community, country, and world a better place. Do I hear a motion for the acceptance of that?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Cottle, and welcome.
Good to be here.
Second?
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 5 is the approval of the minutes of the previous meetings. And there are numerous meetings. There is the meeting from September the 27th, September 28th. Let's see, do we have
There are two on
two on the
Yeah.
28th?
Yeah.
And also October 2nd
The 5th.
and 16.
and October 5th.
And
Taxpayer got the money this time,
16th.
as well as October 16th.
I'll move for approval of all of those.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
Oh, second?
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins. Any additions or corrections? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 6 is the second reading of ordinance number 1956, having to deal with compensation and classification. Is Randy here?
You sitting there?
Randy Boyd, our HR director. Randy, I'm gonna ask a favor of you.
Yes, sir.
I want you to speak up. I want you to
Speak up.
shout into that
Want me to
microphone.
shout? All right, that
Yes,
means I gotta
sir.
remove my mask, right?
There you go.
Is that better?
Much.
All right, I will do that. Well, thank you for taking the time for our proposal here. So, first on the list here is we have in front of you back on August the 17th, oh, you're on I thought you were. Oh, you're on that first? Okay.
This is the second reading of ordinance number 1956, an ordinance amending CDO 2-96 pertaining to the classification plan, compensation plan, and policies and procedures for city personnel.
I'm gonna ask a first and a second, then we'll go into discussion.
I'll move for approval of ordinance number 1956.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Terry, second by Commissioner Cottle. Mr. Boyd, the floor is yours, sir.
All right, so we move on into the proposal for the non-hazardous.
No, let's talk about this.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, so on the compensation classification, I think we were going to, the reading was to revise it to include the executive assistance positions and grading into that classification, simply amending that to incorporate that position into our current classification with the established salary range of a minimum and maximum as mirrored with the other positions within the city of Danville.
Is there any questions or comments for Mr. Boyd?
Just, do we have the job descriptions finished now or close to it?
We have a draft that the center manager has provided to me that we are finalizing, but yes, we will have a finalized established draft because we are in the process of revising and updating all of our job descriptions, and that job description will be included within that. So yes, that will be finalized and
Okay,
included in all of our citywide job descriptions.
very good, thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Chair, call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
You have to roll call that.
That's a
Oh,
roll call.
excuse me, that's right. I got interrupted up here.
Commissioner Atkins,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Terry,
Yes.
Mayor Paris.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Cottle.
Yes.
Item 6 is the, I'm sorry, item 7, non-hazardous longevity pay. Again, Mr. Boyd.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So on August the 17th of this year, we have presented a proposal to establish longevity pay for the fire services for a 3- and 5-year proposal. As part of that proposal and upon approval by the commission, we said the staff recommended that our action plan would be to provide an evaluation of a longevity proposal for all non-hazardous employees. In front of you, I have is a proposal with some analytics. Upon completion of that, staff is recommending that the commission review, and obviously there's a lot of information here, and if you need it, with this. And so basically, we evaluated our current workforce, and upon that, we're recommending the establishment of a 3-year longevity of $1,500 for all non-hazardous employees. We're also recommending a $1,000 5-year longevity for all non-hazardous employees as well, which is similar in nature to what is currently being provided to hazardous duty employees. Upon evaluation of that, the city currently has a total of 66 non-hazardous employees that would be eligible for either the 3 or the 5-year longevity, depending on their length of service with the city. As far as the cost with that, the annualized cost of adding that currently is $150,000. With the additional retirement contributions, the total annualized cost to the city is $186,000. To ensure enforcement of this policy, to make sure it's equitable and fair, not only for the non-hazardous but for the hazardous duty employees, we are proposing that a longevity policy, which is included in this memo, be included within our compensation policy under the city's policies and procedures handbook. Obviously, our goal here is to make sure anything that is related to compensation is structured, well-defined, well-communicated to the employees, and it's administered equitably as the policy is designed to do. Okay. And a part of this too, and it's not in my proposal, but the annualized cost is, yes, total is $186,000, but enforcement of that for the remainder of the 2020-2021 year, we're probably looking at, if approved, it'd be probably 60% of that cost for the remainder of this year, and that cost would have to be factored into the next year's budget when you look at the 2021-22 year. Additionally, myself and the city manager have consulted with our CFO on allocation of those funds to what we could utilize to pay for that. Now, we're not asking for, if the commission desires to approve it tonight, that's great, but we're not asking you to approve tonight because we're providing you with a lot of information. If desired, if you would like to review the information in front of you, make a decision by the next meeting is what we're requesting.
That would be my preference, but it's up to you all.
To wait?
Yeah, till the next meeting, gives us time to soak all this in. I've read through it once, and I wouldn't mind, having a conversation with the city manager and city financial officer to make sure we're all good here, and that I understand this graph on the back.
I don't have a problem with that. One thing that occurred to me in reading this and the next item as well is, we've always been really good at keeping up with bricks and mortar capital and equipment capital and things like that, but sometimes we forget that the human capital is kind of what makes us tick, and I think this is an investment, in my opinion, in maintaining and attracting the best that we can. So I think it's definitely worth a good hard look.
Certainly, we, if I may speak up, we recommend implementing this practice, particularly since you are awarding the hazardous duty employees with longevity pay incentive. We are in a knowledge-based industry. You've heard me say that from time to time. Particularly in utilities, for example, finances is another easy example. The institutional knowledge gained in municipal operations is really important, and we would like this policy to aid in retaining that knowledge as we go forward.
Yep. And if I could add just one item to expand on the city manager's statement, this is not only, it is also a recruiting tool, as the city manager expanded on, to recruit. With our experience pay scale that we established recently, it allows us as an initial recruiting tool to obtain qualified, experienced professionals in their field of expertise. What it does, it allows us to establish not only recruiting experienced people, but retaining our experienced people that's already within the city. And that way they can continue to provide a high level of services to the citizens of this community. As we all know, if there's turnover in a position, usually the average tenure for someone to really be comfortable in their position typically is 6 months to a year. During that window, there is a possibility that you could, see a shortfall of services to the citizens in the community. By this program, it allows us, the citizens are benefiting from this program because it's retaining our tenured, experienced people and preventing them from going to another, city or even a private employer that we want to invest in those individuals. And that way, we show that we're committed, they return that commitment to us, which in turn benefits everyone in the community.
And to expand on the pie chart on the back, that is your breakout of the $186,000 cost per department. And so, for example, the police and fire are two of the smallest in that area, particularly because it's already implemented on the hazardous duty side. So we're trying to capture some that were left off previously for one reason or other. Also, 911 should be the minor impact on that as well.
Yes.
So that's
Because
your
of the
breakout.
adjustments previously made?
I'm sorry?
Because of the adjustments previously made?
That is correct.
Yes.
Right. These are the departments that are left off your existing policy.
And we do also have, there's a couple of non-hazardous positions within fire and police as well, and they're also factored into that calculation.
So the majority as far as non-hazardous is mostly public works. So I know the conversation goes to police and fire and first responders a lot, but I just want to acknowledge that our public works, particularly water distribution and wastewater, are also on call 24/7 on holidays, in the heat and the cold, in the traffic, risking their lives as well. And I think that they probably could be considered hazardous as well, but they are, public works and water are going to receive the majority of this just because they have more employees in that department. But I just want to acknowledge that they are also very important.
Michelle, I want to ask a question, but I guess you've had a chance to review this and give your stamp, your seal of approval. You want to make some comments about this?
I have had a chance to look at it, and we've been gearing up towards, this and the next item also on the agenda for a while, and making adjustments, and you all had the foresight to make adjustments last year for this, and I think that this is a fair and equitable way for all the other departments to get their longevity also. I've ran the numbers, we can't afford it.
You knew where I was going next, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll elaborate on that a little bit on the next one, a little bit more of how
Yeah.
we read it.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's do it like that.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest she
Do you want to
talk then.
move on
Okay.
since we're not really going to take
To
any
their,
action?
so keep in mind to characterize the broader structure. We've talked about a market study that's ongoing and that's forthcoming. This is a piece of that compensation evaluation, right? We're looking and assessing job descriptions. We're looking at and assessing incentives. This is a significant incentive that is only partially distributed to staff. You're asking to add that to all of staff. Then the next item is applying our existing pay grades more equitably. We believe it's a different interpretation of our traditional process, which has a little bit more of, it's not arbitrary, but it's very discretionary. The policy that he's proposing as the next item is more intentional on how employees, where they land in the existing compensation structure. And so then, we believe that once we get through those analysis, then you're more accurately comparing yourself to the market, right? And so all of those are part of that compensation study. And ultimately, you're going to overlay where you end up to the market to see what separation there is there. So it's all builds towards an end product, and we, instead of trying to an elephant. We are providing pieces along the way so that it makes sense along the way, so that, as you can see, hopefully, we're building it up into a process where we're looking at what we have, we're looking at our incentives, we're looking at the application of our current grades, and then you can more accurately compare.
The other thing I'd like to point out is you take 66 non-hazardous duty employees, 3 or 5 years of experience, and then go back and take all the hazardous duty employees with the 3 or 5 years of service. We're getting a real experienced senior staff. You know, that's probably going to be what, 90+% of our employees have been here 3 or 5 years. That's really moving us in the right direction. So we should, again, like you say, compliment ourselves on the fact that they're staying. And this is definitely going to be an incentive, because if I have 5 years experience, I'm going to get the 3 and the 5 years experience all at one time, the incentive. So that's very, very positive. So, good.
That's a strong statement.
Yeah, and to your point, Commissioner Atkins, especially with the way the Tier 1 retirement is structured now, with, you have to be in that program for 5 years to be fully vested.
Yes.
That 3 to 5 year window is critical in establishing long-term commitment from the employee. And so this helps us continue that, our commitment to the employee's commitment to the city, and then everyone's commitment to the community. And I think that first 3 to 5 years is very critical, and especially with the retirement system way
I
it's
think
structured.
everybody up here is very supportive of this. I personally want to make sure that we know what we're doing. For example, if we were to do this raise tonight, and then you come back and say, well, we've got a new compensation study and the following people need to be up, then these numbers are no longer valid. And the other thing I'd like to ask of our CFO is present to the commission the future as it relates to the retirement system. I think the commission needs to look at that in whole to kind of see, okay, where's the next few years? How's that going to impact us? And then factor this into it.
We've done that. If we present that to you, we've already done that, and we will present that to you.
That's what I'd like to see.
Good.
And as a practical matter, these matters are done by municipal order. So it's not in a form, even prepared for your vote tonight, to your point, Mayor. So that was done with intentionality, so it's presented to you. So in the event you wanted to take action, you would not be taking action on the actual policy. You would be providing direction of your approval for staff to prepare documents necessary for you to officially approve it, much like you would with a zone change recommendation.
Okay.
So it's not even in a format for you to actually pass and change policy tonight.
Randy, when will we have the opportunity to see this compensation study?
Okay. We could establish a workshop that I would recommend. We have the study is completed in, I believe, the end of May of 2020. That data is completed, and so we can establish, what I would recommend is establish a workshop that we can sit and
Could we
review
take that possibly one step further? I think it's a great idea to, in that workshop, to, as you say, take the pieces and let's put all the pieces together so we really can go from top down.
Yeah. And honestly, Mayor, I would actually recommend that, and that's going to kind of be expand on my next proposal, because when we talk about compensation, it can be very complex. It's hard to summarize it in some, the meat and potatoes of these analytics in a 3-page summary. So I think a workshop would be in our best interest.
Can we go on to the next item then and let him go ahead and describe that?
Absolutely.
Yep.
All right. So next in front of you is, this is a continuation of, back on August 17th, the commission, we proposed the experienced starting pay rate, revising our minimum salary policy to pay individuals based on their years of experience. We have our existing salary bands, and for hazardous duty, we divide those bands by 20 years, non-hazardous by 27. As part of that, and once we approve that, it allows us to establish a strong footprint to hire experienced people in their field of expertise, and position us stronger in the market to recruit people. But part of that was, when we presented that, we stated we needed to look at our existing workforce to make sure they're paid equitably against the people that we're hiring. So for example, if we hired let's say we hired a 10-year veteran patrol officer off the street, we have a scale for them, but we also have to make sure that we are paying them the exact same amount as a 10-year veteran of the city. Okay. So part of our exercise here is we went and looked at every single full-time employee within the city. We looked at their years of experience within the city, but also their years of experience prior to coming on board with the city. When we looked at this exercise, to be fair and equitable, what we did was we said, okay, if we were to hire this person off the street today, where would they fall on our experience pay scale? And so upon that, in front of you is the results of that analysis. And in summary, and I'll just summarize it, we have 86 employees within the city. That includes hazardous, non-hazardous, it's all departments, that we are recommending salary adjustments to make them align proportional to their years of experience in their field of expertise. And so as that, you know, the numbers in front of you, the total annual salary cost on that is $343,355.65. To include retirement into that is an additional $105,782.49. So the total annualized cost to the city is $449,138.14. By establishing this, what it does, it positions people closer. You know, we don't know what the results will be of the market study, but it puts people closer to that based on their years of experience. It also helps us ensure we have pay equity across the board with the city. You know, because what we want to avoid is we want to hire experienced people, but we want them to come in making the same as their identical peers within their department with equivalent years of work experience in that particular position or department. When we looked at this, and then what this also does, and I always like to use the term make the employee whole under your policy. You know, there were employees on here that were making, you know, either above where they were supposed to be on the market, marginally above. There weren't a lot of people above where they were supposed to be. There were some that were really flatline where they were paid equitably, but then there was also the 86 employees that were below, and so that's why we're presenting that recommendation to make those adjustments. What it also does is also those you know, a lot of employees that are getting adjustments, they're long-term employees too. There are some that are short-term. Majority, though, as you see, are, you know, longer-term employees because, again, you know, with the more years of experience, the higher you go on that pay scale. And again, it just allows us to establish that, strengthen our position as a stable workforce. And it also eliminates any pay inequalities, or whether perceived or unperceived, when we hire a new employee into that department. And it helps basically eliminate any potential morale issues or preconceived perceptions that pay equality is not being applied across the board.
I just wanted to say there's two sort of different things going on or that need to happen. So first, this is what we're doing is we're making sure that everyone is classified where they are supposed to be on our internal scale of pay, considering experience, all of that. So our internal structure needs to be correct before we can compare it externally. And I'm assuming that we're comparing that to other cities.
Yes, so Commissioner Terry, you're exactly right. Before we could even do it, for a market study to even be effective, the first step is we got to establish our internal controls and equities in place. And that's essentially what we're doing here. And then once we do that, then we go look at the market data. And so what we did is with the market study, we used multiple sources that were compared, you know, KLC being one of those and some additional sources. And we compared those against cities of our equivalent size, you know, with that I think the range was from population of 8,000 to 20,000 was the range that we looked at. But, you know, this is, as I use the term, baby steps. We've got to get everything clean slate, establish your game plan before you can go play the ball game is the way I
Do you,
look at it.
do you foresee any instance where after we do this adjustment, you then look at the compensation overlay and find that we've actually increased people above that compensation level?
I don't think we'll have a lot of scenarios with that because I've glanced at a lot of our positions in the market, and some positions we're fairly close on, but there are considerable jobs and departments where we are below market on the study. I think what we will see is when we do the market study, there is a great potential of some employees maybe potentially getting 2 adjustments, because if we go in and we do the market study, the exercise we'll have to do, for example, let's say we have a position that has a salary band of 30 to 50,000. And so an employee's in that salary band, they're 10 years into that middle, so they're making 40,000. If the market comes back and tells us, well, that salary range needs to be, you're 10,000 below, so your range should be 40 to 60, well, that person on the market should be at 50,000. And so there's a potential there for 2 adjustments. It all depends on the job, and that's where I think the workshop will benefit us to go in, because each job has been analyzed through the study, and so there's a lot of varying numbers. But most jobs on the market would go up. There's not any that were, I would say, flatline or above right now.
The important thing for me when we look at it is to recommend an approach that is able to be implemented. And so taking small steps along the way, and it better enables you to do that, right? And so then what would happen next is you would be, you can be more deliberate in how you implement any additional gap to the market, and perhaps make that approach policy-based, so you could do it more aligned with your budgeting process, your normal calendar year, fiscal year budgeting process. We could look at that in different ways, and if along the way we're able to make minor compensation adjustments to start to make people more aligned to be market competitive.
Yep.
Right. I hope that makes sense.
And I think what you're saying to us really is this: without doing this step first and go and look at market value, where we're going to be located, we will be way below market value. These adjustments will probably get us closer to the 60, 65, 70, 75%, 80%, something of market value. Mr. Boyd, just in his explanation, we're going to find ourselves in very few places where we're going to be 90% to 100% of market value. This will get us to that point where we will not be in we're trying to close the gap between where market value is and where we ought to be.
And we're trying to hang on to the employees that we have.
That's right.
Keep in mind,
Yes.
we're talking about a knowledge-based industry. And so whether that's with a tenured police officer, what we like to do is be able to maintain those relationships of employment long-term while you're trying to get to the market, right?
That's right.
And so by taking baby steps, you're more likely to do that.
Yeah. And this second proposal, don't use the word baby step. This is a major step. And Michelle, I'm going to come to you again. Talk to me about the affordability of this second proposal.
What we did is we reworked the budget within the budget, and as a lot of you all have heard me say in the past, that insurance was put in that budget way too high. Health insurance was. If we ever spend that much in health insurance, then we have no business being self-employed, self-insured, and we have no business of doing that. So by just reworking that and putting back overtime that needs to be in, like for police, their overtime was cut way too far down, and putting back their overtime to where it needs to be, and doing all that, by doing that, we were able to accommodate both of these changes without needing adjustments right now, budget adjustments. We were able to absorb it just with that kind of stuff.
Well, let me ask it a different way. I don't want to put you on the spot, but, you put yourself there, you're the CFO, right?
Yeah,
So if this is passed in 2 weeks or whenever, you're saying that from your financial analysis of our budget, this will not be a major setback to us for the next 10, 15 years? Because this
no, we've
is
already ran the
ongoing, right?
numbers. We've already ran the numbers,
Well, we were already preparing for somewhat of a recession
right?
this time.
Yes.
Actually, this time of this year was when it was predicted.
Correct,
But-
and so we'd already saved up some money for that, so
We-
that's the reason we made it through the COVID so
Well,
smoothly.
we've been working toward this, and then we're here.
Right. Well, and that's
But
what I was going to say.
I don't want to be here, though, without a CFO being at this point.
Our CFO did projections. She invested our money
Better.
and locked in good rates.
Right, we have investments at 2.5% and 3% right now that's locked in for
And
a couple more years.
We did some increases over the last,
Correct. And the
5
last increase
years.
was to the insurance premium tax that we said we would use 100% of that money for wages.
yes, the increases we've made, the investments we've made. It's been a long road, but we are finally here
Well,
to actually present this, with all of the facts that we know. Everyone has been addressed in this. All employees have been addressed. I know that
not only.
Randy has spent many, many hours, even late at night here at City Hall. And it's been a tedious process for him to, first of all, properly apply our internal structure, because that is the first step before we can look externally to the market rate.
And this affects 80-some people, so you have to learn that this affects more than half of your workforce.
Right.
Yes.
And it
Of your
affects,
full-time workforce, this is going to impact them.
And that's all good. And everything Commissioner Terry said was all good. But I keep coming back with my little, you know what I'm saying, right? I just got to hear it from the right people.
We ran the numbers, and by taking and readjusting that insurance to where it needs to be and making those other adjustments, we were able to stay within budget and go forward.
the budget that we received earlier this year had some inflated numbers
In
there.
insurance,
So-
yes.
Significantly inflated numbers. And so partially that's where this money came from, because that budget, in my mind, is erroneous, really.
So we're actively looking at the existing budget that we have. We are looking towards having a budget discussion towards the January time period to assess where we're going to be. This is one of those things that we would like to be able to consider prior to that discussion, so that we know then properly how to finish the year. So it's timely. I don't know that you would have the capacity to deal with the entire market study before that discussion. And so it's really, we're trying to effort and ensure that the budget is properly distributed cost-wise throughout the various line items in our budget. And so Michelle's done a good job revisiting that. Like she's saying, as part of this change, we're going to also look at overtime to make sure it's properly funded for various departments, and go from there. But this is a piece. This will affect our operating costs, and as we look towards January on what any changes to the budget needs to be.
So do we want to set a date for this workshop?
I was going to add, the workshop is going to try to cover the previous item, the two pieces of this item, the financial issues,
Yep.
or the financial outlook. Anything else? Is that pretty much it? Or-
Well,
would
And then the compensation
study, yeah.
itself, yes.
Okay.
yes.
That'd be pretty good.
And one thing that I might add on this is, obviously this is a big ratification, and it's taking a considerable amount of time in reviewing our existing compensation structure.
Louder, please.
Oh, sorry. One thing that I think we have to really long-term strategy is consider is that when we look at compensation, we need to be doing this exercise at a minimum every 2 years, because if you do it every 2 years, if there are market adjustments, they're marginal at best. But what we typically are looking at right now is if the market hasn't been adjusted for several years, there's a big gap between what the market is at, where we're at compensation-wise, and we have to close that gap. So, yes, we're making these changes now, but we have to have a long-term strategy of staying on top of this so it doesn't become a large financial impact at one spot in time. We have to do it as marginal. And so I've spoken with the city manager. Our plan is to look at this once we get this ratified, is to go do every 2 years. We have the resources to probably do our studies in-house with the knowledge base and the staff we have. And it would be marginal impacts at that point, and that's something we have to make sure that we stay on top of.
So, City Manager, are you requesting, is it your hope we'll do this workshop near term, like in the next month or?
It depends on your all's feeling towards the various issues. We could have a workshop probably within the next 30 days tied to the compensation study, if you really felt like that was what you wanted to look at when you're considering this as well.
Yes.
We can bring this back at the next commission meeting and discuss it again with additional financials, if that would be an easier thing to schedule for you.
Well, and the other thing about this is that if these two things, quote unquote, are affordable, I would love to see them implemented by the 1st of December. I think it'd be neat to have the employees know that at the end of this 2020 calendar year, that something like this has happened for all city employees. I don't want to delay it. I just want to be certain that it's within my financial means.
So we've got 5 weeks between now and the 1st of December. I'd like to see it in that time frame, because we all know how things don't occur in December, because we're all getting our heads somewhere else. And then you get a reprieve about the first couple of weeks of January, and then we get into that budget mode. And
Right.
so I'd like to get this resolved.
Yeah.
I would like to do this as soon as possible.
You know, I had a client one time tell me, measure twice and cut once. That's what I'm looking to do here. This is a major reset.
Well, and this is the major reset, to use your words. But if that's what we are doing. We're measuring twice and cutting once, because after this, then it'll all be corrected, and at that point, you just maintain it. And with our HR professional, I don't know when the word new comes out from in front of your name. I don't know when that happens.
News, yeah.
He's old news.
The new has gone old, I think.
With a proposal like this, he definitely has taken his green socks off. He's not new anymore. This is major. He keeps saying minor, but this is
Well,
major.
and if I could say, we have and I have a mission statement. I've shared this with the city manager. Our goal, at least within my department, our goal is to be what we call the employer of choice. Okay, that is a goal for us, to be the employer of choice for not only for the city, but for this region. And 2 points of that mission statement is, one, establish a competitive compensation plan, and benefits plan, which is obviously pay as well as your ancillary benefits, health benefits. But also the second part of that is making sure that we are fair and equitable, and we apply our policies equally across the board to all employees, and we establish that culture within the city. And that's part of what yes, this is compensation, but it is also procedural change too, and establish pay equity, and that's part of our mission statement.
And I think something that the HR director said that was very important is that once we get this all established and we get to the pay grades that people need to be in and at the rate that they need to be at, that we make sure we look at it every 2 years, because that's what didn't happen in the past, and it's the reason we've got behind the 8 ball. We should never have got that far behind in order to have to make adjustments like this. If we were making adjustments like we are supposed to, then we would have never been, it would have been a gradual item.
Because
Building up.
we don't know.
Let me ask another question then, because if I'm going to be asked to support this, which seems like I am, and I don't have a problem with that, but that livable wage, that $15 per hour for the lowest paid employees in the city, I've been pushing for that. hopefully you'll show me how this is going to get us closer to that, or it might be above that, but, you know, I just want to be sure I got to push for the little guy on the totem pole, okay? And I think he and she are both included if I look at this second paragraph, but again, I just want to make sure we don't lose focus that
So at our next regular meeting, we'll set a date for a workshop.
I thought we were going to do that tonight.
Yeah.
We can. It's up to them. I'm trying to give them a little slack.
This is our-
Yeah, I think let them propose a date for us.
Let me
later.
propose a date. We'll work through Ashley and try to get something scheduled
Yeah.
before Thanksgiving, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like it to be actually before our first meeting in November, or we could do it that same afternoon. I mean, I'd like for it to be in the first 2 weeks in November.
And let me say to staff, this is some good work. I want to compliment you on your good work. We'll all be here to support you on this. After that important day, the first part of November, hopefully, we'll be here to support you on that. But if I'm not, I still want to compliment you. This is good work. We've been trying to get here for some time. Some have pushed harder than others, and that's okay, but we're here, and I want to be supportive. So thank you.
So we look forward to hearing of a workshop date from you guys.
Yes, sir. We'll do it as soon as we can get it together. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on that before we move on? Somebody?
No, thank you for taking the
Thanks.
time to hear
Thanks,
our
Randy.
proposal.
Good job.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I know
Thank you all.
you put in a lot of midnight oil, I know.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks, Michelle.
Welcome, Ms. Kirchner, and welcome, Mr. Hughes. I will tell you, I tried to get you moved to the front of the agenda, but because it's a special called meeting,
I was going to blame the city manager, isn't that how it works?
yeah,
Yeah, that's.
blame anybody but me. Blame anybody but me.
I say to blame the mayor.
Okay, we didn't bring our camouflage, so maybe you can
Yeah,
tell us
did
what
y'all
this
plan that?
tactical urbanism is all about here.
It's like we got a theme.
What a name.
I
Michael,
just-
tell us all
hello.
about it.
I'm going to turn this over to Michael, but there's a couple things that I wanted to say. I used the word tactical urbanism on purpose. I intended it for it to be provocative, but it's something we've actually already been doing for quite some time. So the best example of tactical urbanism is how we adjusted our Main Street when we redid the painting. And really, you can think of tactical urbanism as a way to approach change management. So it's a way that's low cost, it can be temporary, where we as a community can come together, figure out what we want to do, and then make these small changes so it's not overwhelming. It also, you know, the wheels of government move very slowly.
Are you talking to us?
That's crazy talk.
You talking to us?
Listen, I'm part of those wheels, and I'm very frustrated by it. So what this does is, you know, when you take the length of time and difficulty to get Main Street restriped and how that project worked. This is much, you know, the parklet out on Main Street is a good example too. It's something that happens on a quicker time scale and doesn't have to go through so much bureaucracy. So people get inspired by the change. So it can be something where, you know, you're redoing a park. In this case, we're going to reinterpret the African American Business District. So there are all these different components, but this whole concept focuses around connecting people to the environment and really being people focused. And this is 100% a tenet of the Downtown Master Plan. So I think that we always talk about studies and consultants and them gathering dust on the shelf, and this is exactly not that. If not but for the leadership of the City of Danville and the Downtown Master Plan, we would have never had this awesome opportunity come up. So I think I just wanted to make the point that in a world that can be a little difficult right now for a variety of reasons, we're really working on ways that are easy and acceptable, community-minded, and embrace diversity in positive ways that do create long-term term change. And this guy over here is killing it. So I'm just riding some coattails. My whole job in this was that I saw a lot of really awesome people all in the same place, and it's like, how can I put them together so they do awesome things? I'll let Michael tell you about the African American Historical Society and the progress they made, and then I gave you a proposal about the actual design competition. So that's a little bit of detail, and if you had time and wanted to go into that, I'm happy to explain it.
I don't think I have to say nothing.
Try to be quick.
Well, I was so excited when Jennifer texted me and was telling me about this opportunity, which we are now working with North Carolina A&T, and the project is to, and when they came here to see what Second Street and the African American Business District was all about, you know, they couldn't stop me from talking because, you know, I'm so passionate about what used to exist there, you know, and so in that, I want to tell you about the importance. I was telling Jennifer earlier last night, we worked at 3:30 this morning, putting the floor in at the History Center. I was tired, went home. I got a call about 10 o'clock in the morning, and this gentleman that lives in Wisconsin, him and his wife, they go to Atlanta about once a year to pick up a gentleman, take him to Lexington to visit some of his old elder relatives. And he rode through 2nd Street, and he saw the mural of Bunny Davis on the baseball thing. And he said, he knew he had folks here in Danville, but he didn't know. And so he was like, wow. And he said, James Ross said, I know who you need to call. So he woke me up at 10 o'clock in the morning. But it was fine because he came to the house and we was able to, you know, go through everything that he, not everything, but what I had, you know, and it just enlightened him into, he found out, I was able to connect him with some of the people that he needed to see. And so, and then he said, now, we'll create a rest. He said, next time I come through Wisconsin, first place I'm gonna stop is right here in Danville to see what the history is. And that's, to me, that's what it's all about. That, you know, although I was tired, but I was so glad to be able to, you know, and the things that we're doing with North Carolina A&T, it just shows what our part in making Danville historically bold. You know what I'm saying? We got that name, right? So you got to do what you got to do to make it work, you know. I don't know a lot of fancy words, but I just talk like I talk, you know.
I'll do the fancy words. You do that.
You know, so, but we started, when the Historical Society, we first met, when we first started meeting, we met in people's houses. We met at EKU for a while till it went out of business. Then we started meeting at the library, different places, you know, and then the pandemic hit. I got sick, you know, so, you know, I didn't know for sure if the good Lord was going to allow me to keep on pushing, you know, but he did. And I just believe within myself that he had a purpose for me, you know, is to keep on going. So when I came out and this opportunity to have a building came about, so we started working and working. It was just trash, you know. I don't know if you've seen the pictures of what we've done there in the last, you know, so we're always trying to make it better because I love the fact that this guy could have actually came down the street and seen a sign from the building that says, and that would have put him, you know, in touch with us. So we are coming to the city and to the city and to try to see if, you know, if any help can be provided. I think we'd like to be able to do more. I like to be able to say, wow, this is one of the better, you know, this is what Danville is. Now, you know, I've lived here all my life, you know, and, you know, I'm so proud of what we are able to do, you know. So we got a lot more plans, but, you know, you got to take a step at a time. So me and Jennifer was talking. I have talked with some folks. So we just here to try to represent and, you know, whatever help that can be provided by the city. I know that it, you know, there's things, you know, what I'm trying to say, there's situations that's set, you have to do things in, you know, certain format, so, but I want you guys to get a chance to come down. We're not ready yet, but we're there, but you don't have to be ready. You can come in and see, you know, what we're trying to do, and I want you to keep with the project that, how you say that?
Tactical urbanism.
Yeah, tactical urbanism, you know.
Everybody's
I was gonna say it, but I didn't think it was gonna come out right, so. You know, but that's a very interesting, the people from North Carolina, and when they saw and heard what that was about, how Second Street used to be the business district, how important it was to the African-American community, you know, and they was wanted to do that. They wanted to tell that story. It's important that the story gets told on whatever level it can be told on, you know. So that's about all I got to say. I want to thank y'all for.
Oh, one thing, in this circumstance, what we're talking about in tactical urbanism is that there are 7 groups of students at North Carolina that are working on proposals for reimagining the African American Business District. One of the ideas that keeps coming forward is the idea of a virtual reality experience where you would go and walk down Walnut, or you would walk through Constitution Square, and you would virtually experience what the environment looked like when it was created, or when it existed originally. There is a really interesting YouTube link. It's actually an interview with Tom Brokaw, and there's one that exists for the Berlin Wall. So it's just the implementing it is computer software. So it's not building sidewalks and all those kinds of things.
So is there a particular ask here?
No, there's not, other than
Okay.
I think as the city contemplates how you embrace diversity moving forward, it's really important to know that this is what's going on just down the corner, because I think it's absolutely transformational cultural exchange that's happening. So that's why we're here, because that work there that's going on there is important for y'all to know about and important for you to support going forward, because to me it's the change that we need.
I just want to make sure I wasn't overlooking
But
something.
if you were giving out money, I mean,
Certainly take it, right?
There may be future opportunities of
Yeah.
use of public space. And so having this background knowledge is important to understand as those requests may come in the future.
Okay.
There's other ideas being tossed around, and so hopefully we'll have follow-up on some of those soon as well.
I know I've been working with a couple classes from Central College. One is Lincoln Scholars, and the other one is Anthropology, I think is what the class is. And they are already planning to do some of their, coming to the History Center and doing work. And I think one of the teachers' union, I don't know if it's a union now, Nancy Mann.
oh yeah.
Yeah, and they want to do something fair. So that's why we want to be where media savvy and, where we can do things and keep up with what's going on today. So, because we don't know what the pandemic's gonna do. And
Earl, Mr. Kofi, I think one direction we might give these two presenters tonight is that if they would come to schedule a meeting with you and just have a talk with you about the potential at Walker Hall that lies there for the city and for this group, because I think they're in need of some things that might be on our Walker Hall surplus list or whatever it might be. But that's just one real quick connection, I think, that we could say to them tonight.
And I just want to say, I so appreciate all the hard work and the many, many, many hours that you have put into this, and the positive way that you have presented it. You've done this very quietly, actually, but in a very positive way that I just get so excited every time I see your pictures that you post and your and the pictures of the center. I keep meaning to come down there, and I can paint or do whatever you need to do. I would love to come and help you, but I just so appreciate. I mean it.
There you go.
I do so. I so
Oh, yeah.
appreciate your leadership and the way in which you have led this charge in a very respectful and I don't even know the word, classy. I'm not sure, but just how you have taken your time to preserve the history and bring people together because of it. And if there's anything that we can do to help this, I'm sure that, and I personally, if there's anything I personally can do to help you, I'm putting that out there. And there's a definition of tactical urbanism on your paper, and I just wanted to read that. Tactical urbanism proposes an alternative method to achieve urban regeneration that works mainly at the small scale of a street, a block, or a building. Similar to the way acupuncture inserts needles into one part of the body to boost the well-being of the entire organism. A tactical project can lead to positive changes in a whole neighborhood. And I'm so excited about how this can fit into our downtown master plan and how it can all just come together. I'm just so excited.
So, I know, me too.
Thank you all for coming and sharing with us.
Okay.
You know where to find us.
Yeah.
And if you do need help painting, I'll give you her phone number.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a better painter than Cottle is.
Thank you, Brother Mike. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you so much.
And
Mr.
you out
Mayor?
taking pictures at 2 a.m. in the middle of the street. I want a picture of that.
I wondered how it would be standing right in the middle of Main Street and take 4 different angles.
There you go.
Pretty cool, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's very, yeah. I'm glad you didn't get run over.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Now might be the time to take that 5.
5-minute break,
Yes.
that works?
Yeah.
Does that work for everybody?
I don't think.
Okay, 5 minutes it shall be. And when we come back, let's rip through 10 through 13 pretty quick. 10 through, well, yeah.
Hey, Earl, you know we meet twice a month, not once a year, right?
Or it's not good to stumble out of the gate.
Ashley said y'all can pick it up on Sunday if you want to.
let's move right along. Item 10 is the reappointment and beautification, and I'd like to recommend Janet Hamner, Janet Nash, and Lauren Newman, as well as appoint Ernest Gooch to beautification.
So move.
Second.
Those
Motion
three.
made and seconded and thirded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Item 11 is the Architectural Heritage Board. I'd like to reappoint Mary Gerard, John Bowling, Dana Dixon.
So moved.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carried. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Item 13 is, 12, sorry, is the Ethics Board reappointment of David Blackburn and as an alternate, and two new names, Sarah Berry as full-time member and Bo Weston as an alternate. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Thank you. Item 13,
Human Rights
Yes.
Commission?
Human Rights Commission. Yeah, but my tab says 14. Oh, no, it doesn't. Sorry. I'd like to reappoint William Jenkins, whose term will expire 2023. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 14 is the second reading of ordinance number 1955, sorry. And I will ask Madam Clerk to read that ordinance, please.
This is the second reading of ordinance number 1955, an ordinance changing the zone from R1A, single-family residential, to R1C, single-family residential, for approximately 5.323 acres, more or less, of real property located at 0 Winning Colors Drive in the city of Danville.
Thank you.
I move for approval of second reading of ordinance 1955.
Motion is made by Commissioner Cottle. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Terry, third by Commissioner Atkins.
Could someone remind us about the location of this property?
Great question.
This is Candlewood, correct?
Candlewood.
Is it that backside of, well, the north side of Candlewood?
It is.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, it's the north side of
Yeah.
Kennywood.
All right.
Yeah.
There's a road kind of in the middle that's not connected.
Yes.
Take Heartland Drive
Yeah.
down came in the back way, like Danville High School, Heartland Drive, go
It's-
all the way to the end of Candlewood, it's the last cul-de-sac on the left.
Yeah,
Or
like
if
you
you
hit
come
it,
in
like,
from-
it's a lot, it's Candlewood and then the church, a lot
That's
between there?
correct. If you
Okay,
come in
all
from
right.
Checkertown Road, go through the corner,
Okay.
then there's a gap between two homes. That's the future right-of-way.
Right now, you have to go all the way around and come in the
Yeah.
end, but this
Yeah.
is going to connect it so that it'll be off
Yeah.
Heartland there.
It's not that big of a lot, okay, all right. I know where I am,
Okay, did we get a motion?
yes.
We have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Terry,
Yes.
Mayor Paris.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Cottle.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Atkins.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, item 15 is the city manager report.
Skip
Mr.
that one.
Coffey.
Thank you, Mayor Commissioners. We're not going to go over a lot, just for the deference of time. We will mention a couple of things. One, the parklet is ongoing. We're trying to get Barnwood to finish it up, and so the credit to Public Works, we believe that looks like a professional installation up there. It looks good, and will be of sound construction and can sit there a while as we go through, as a trial, as we go through the streetscape design in the future. If you have any questions on that, let us know. There has been some discussion regarding the noise ordinance. Ms. Lester's not here right now. We're not really prepared to talk about it fully as we are going through investigations. There's some concerns about the entertainment district. It came up as as one of your local restaurants downtown was making an effort to enhance their services through the week, and it was concern about amplification, and then we want to evaluate our ordinance to make sure it's modernized. It really, at the end of the day, your noise ordinance isn't real modern. For example, it was not conceived at a time where Restaurants had outside sitting areas where you watch TV, for example, across the board, or outside sound. You can think of a couple here in town where there's outside patios that would love to have enhanced outdoor entertainment. And so we are, originally we thought it was a downtown issue, maybe an alcohol ordinance issue that was easily repaired. When we get into it, it's more of a structural thing with the NORS ordinance as a whole that just needs to be modernized, needs to be carefully considered, and we therefore aren't prepared to talk about it tonight, but wanted to mention it for the benefit of the public and those folks that had brought that to our attention in the public. Beyond that, we are, we'll be coming up with an alternative. We want to reengage the county on our relationship with garbage. During the budget process, we try to, in an effort to describe that mutually, and there's some little bit of confusion on the services that the county offered the city during that period, and a little bit of a misunderstanding, particularly the city is part owner of the landfill in Alum Springs, and the county, through the solid waste coordinator, Ms. Muncie, has asked us to participate in some graveling there, about $2,000 in cost. We need to do that because you're part owner of that facility, and so we're going to work that out with her moving forward, but we do anticipate bringing that back up in a more comprehensive way soon. We'll probably be at the next meeting, partly because this agenda was just so long. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. We will move into hear the public. Do we have any questions, comments?
No.
Okay. And we'll move into commissioner comments. Mr. Atkins?
I'll agree with the city manager, and to save a little time, I'll pass some comments.
Well, I just wanted to acknowledge that we do have a permanent city manager
Where?
that we announced last Friday, and
Nobody told me it was permanent.
oh yeah, he's not allowed to go anywhere for a while. And also, I just wanted to give Earl a little bit of a hard time in that the other candidates boasted their short meetings, and you started off with a 31-item agenda. Way to go.
You're welcome.
No, we appreciate you, and not to digress too much, because I know we're trying to get through this, but I believe that everything happens for a reason, and that the first 6 months of this year happened for a reason, and it has brought us to this point, and I have all faith in Earl to lead us and lead the city because of your love and passion and investment, and you are vested in this city and this county, and I just want to let you know that we appreciate it. We appreciate you stepping up, stepping in, answering a call that this community needed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cardle?
I was just going to say thanks to my fellow commissioners and the city personnel for their well wishes while I was gone for the month, and hopefully back for a good long while. And I did want to congratulate and welcome Earl as our new city manager and tell him that I've heard nothing but positive things about our choice thus far. So I'm feeling good about it.
I'm going to make two public service announcements. One is 3 weeks ago tonight I was diagnosed with COVID-19. It is for real, folks. I managed to avoid the hospital. I did not lose my sense of smell or lose my sense of taste. I did lose 14 pounds in the process, and the worst part of it is the overwhelming lethargy, or lethargy, however you want to say it. I have never experienced anything where you just didn't want to do anything and you were powerless to try to get your motor started. It wasn't going to happen. So my public service announcement is wear your mask, wear something, wear your mask, because that's really the only thing that we can do as the public. Secondly, one of the benefits of being quarantine was you get to catch up on a lot of video time. Have any of you all seen the movie on Netflix called Social Dilemma? I want to ask everybody to take an hour and 53 minutes of your day. It's a documentary, and it's a documentary that is reinforced by people who have been in the tech industry and are no longer because they don't like what's going on. It's reinforced by psychologists and sociologists from prestigious universities. And I think it's something that everybody needs to at least be aware of and consider. So those are my two public
What's the
service
name of it?
announcements. Pardon me?
What's the name of it?
Social Dilemma.
I want you to notice something, Mr. Mayor. In honor of you, I have on two masks tonight.
Well, the good thing about me at this point is I can't infect you. I'm COVID-free.
Oh, we're not sure of that, though. They don't know.
If there's nothing else, we'll move into item 16 under financial, and that's the bill list. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the October the 26th, 2020 bill list,
In the amount of?
$155. Oh, $153,174.44.
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Mr. Cottle. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, motion carries. Item 17 is our financial report. Michelle?
Yes, so before you have your financial report that is up to the end of September of 2021, which is the first quarter of the fiscal year.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to speak up or turn up the microphone or something.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Before you have the financial statements for up to September 2021, which is the first quarter, in the general fund, revenues are down 19.69%, but that is not unusual because we haven't started collecting our occupational taxes for the first quarter. We don't receive those until after the first quarter. So this is totally normal. Do not panic over that. But on the other hand, you know, we're staying well within budgets. The staff is doing a phenomenal job of doing that. The general fund's 27.82% under budget in operational expenses. Municipal aid, that is, of course, you know, just your municipal road paving, which I think Rick is going to have something on the agenda on that. We really haven't spent any money out of that yet this year. Stormwater fund, it's right on budget as on revenues and on expenditures. Again, they've done a phenomenal job about staying under budget, 39.2%. Garbage fund, it's mostly an in and out. If we do decide to do something for the other, to help out the county, with the county where we have partial ownership of that, we will have to amend that budget because it has no leeway in it at all, but that won't be a problem. The utility fund, revenues are down a little bit in the first quarter. That is not unusual either. Right now, we will be that should be picking back up as industry start going back into business. And also your expenses are well under budget of 6.76%. Your parking fund, it's pretty much on budget on the revenue side, and they're 33.34% under budget on the operation expenses side. So overall, your revenues are down, but that's normal for the first quarter because revenues haven't had time to come in yet, but your operation expenses will make up for that. On the second page is the new page that we've added that shows your cash and your restricted cash and your accounts payable at the time of 9/30 and your available cash to spend. Your utility AR, and it's only went up 3.94% since last month. You will see a change in that next month because we're making audit adjustments at this point in time, so we'll be writing off a bunch of accounts, so that'll go down next month just because of that. And same with stormwater. It's actually down a little bit. We've collected a little bit of stormwater payments. The other pages that you have is your manual checks that we've had to write or that automatically come out of the accounts. So if you have any questions on theirs, please let me know.
I have a question.
Okay.
What's our accounts receivables in water department?
Accounts receivable in the water department is $2,449,085.
And normally, what is it this time of year?
It's normally $1 million something. It's up quite a bit
And the reason?
because of we've not been able to do cutoffs and people don't have to pay, which that's going to get ready to change. And we're working, the city manager and I and the water distribution have been talking about a plan to get that back going, hopefully at the first of the year. And giving
Correct.
people chances to set up a payment plan. We have to give them a 6-month payment plan according to the state that's regulated. So we're going to give them a chance to set those up and get that going, and then hopefully that'll start coming in.
Yeah, we wanted to mention, we were going to, at the end of that presentation, we were going to ask Michelle to comment, but the governor has lifted that moratorium so Michelle's actively trying to provide for a press release, provide for notification, and she is actively developing a plan, and she's been working pretty hard at that, and we hope to see what our profile looks like in terms of when we will start doing cutoffs, when we will start doing notifications, and to begin recovering from that delayed receipt. Also, Michelle, would you mind updating the commission, since the question's been asked, on the CARES Act money that you've been working pretty hard on as well?
The CARES Act money, we've finished the final phase of that, so we should be getting the $1.2 million anytime now, whenever the state releases it. We've done everything they've asked for. We've signed all the paperwork, and everything's passed inspection.
And where do you see that money going?
There's a bunch of different things that you could use that money for. I mean, you can use it for operations, put it back for operations, because we're going to be down revenues the next few years, we know, based on the recession of last time. COVID should act about the same way. The other thing is we could use some of that for revenue replacement. We could actually, we've already got the money, so we could set up something internally so that people that are in need, we could, for their water bills, we could set up some stuff. And then we also could do something for small businesses if you wanted to help pay for some of their expenses. So we could split the money up in several different ways, and we can come up with some scenarios if you all would like for us to. I meet every other Monday with a group of people all over the state, and we talk about this kind of stuff and what everybody's doing with their money. And so they've had a lot of good ideas. We put in a lot of good ideas, and so we could come up with a plan for you all to look at and make your choice of how you would like to spend part of that money.
When do you think you'll share that with us?
We were waiting until we got the money.
Right, so
There's no reason to spend something we don't have
I'm
yet.
sorry, the plan I'm thinking of, sorry, when are you going to share the plan as to how you're going to recoup this $1.5 million that we're going to hold on from the water?
Well, that's what we have to look at is also the state has more money to give out that they didn't give out all the CARES money at one time. And so we're lobbying them pretty hard, our group is, to release that money and to let it be for revenue replacement, let it be for that kind of stuff, where this money wasn't for that, but we can, after we've got it, we can spend it any way we want because we got it on other ways. But we're lobbying them, and we thought they were going to release that in October, but since they haven't released it yet, it's probably going to be after the election before they release it. And if that money is for revenue, they let us spend it for revenue replacement, then we can use that for the revenue replacement and the other money for something else.
Well, I look at the worst-case scenario. Let's say you don't get any of it. How are you going to replace the 1.5?
Well, hopefully people will start paying their bills when we start doing cutoffs. Now, we've got...
We have a saying in the investment business, hope is not a strategy.
There's several different statewide organizations that we're going to put out with the press release that will help people pay their bills. There are several local agencies. If you all remember, we signed the contract with Bluegrass Community Action about them being able to pay some of the bills if people go to them. So I think they still have some money left for utility bills. And like I said, there is a list of, I think, 10 different places that the state has released, and we're going to put those actively on the letter and on the press release of, hey, if you need help, contact these people. These people are there to help you.
And Mayor,
Well,
we
I
also
think-
have a policy that if your water is cut off and there's a delinquency, you don't have the right to have water turned on at another address. Correct me if I'm wrong,
No, that
Michelle?
is correct. We started that, and we
Yeah.
get driver's
And
license now, so that's
So
very.
an individual won't be able to have water turned on anywhere else until that delinquency is resolved. So, which has been a strong point of collection in the past.
And I think setting up the 6 months, which, normally what we do, that ends up going to be maybe over a year, because we usually tell them they can pay on the off months that they don't have a bill, so that they're paying us something every month, because they've got to keep their bills up to date. So whenever they start setting up those payment plans, and we've had people already call whenever KU and all the others started mentioning it, we've had an onset of phone calls of people starting to do this kind of thing. So I think that once the word gets out and once we get our press release out, that we'll get an onset of people, and and anybody that needs help, we are actively trying to get them help.
Didn't we send a letter?
We did. We sent a soft letter out explaining it, and then we've got good responses back from that. We've got several phone calls. Earl and I talked about earlier about maybe even sending out another letter to the people that are delinquent individually to them, telling them how much they owe exactly and what they can do. It costs us some in postage, but I think it comes back in the, with them getting it and everything. We want to make all the steps possible so that these people can pay their bills and not get cut off.
Correct.
That's our goal. And so between, us trying to set up payment plans and giving the local resources that people that will help, and also giving these statewide resources that people that are willing to help, can help these low-income families that really need the help during this time.
I'm going to request that you tell us at every meeting how much that's been reduced, how much has come in for that.
Okay, it's on here. That's what that accounts receivable utility is. So
Right.
it'll come in at every meeting now.
Okay.
This whole page will.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Item 18 is resolution number 2020-10-26-01. This is with respect to the KSD Walker Hall surplus. Ms. Rader, you have something to add to that?
I was just going to say that these are items that we obtained when we purchased Walker Hall that were abandoned by KSD, and we're just asking that they be surplused and the county allowed to walk through the building and take items as they see fit.
Do I hear a motion for resolution 2020-10-2601?
So moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Commissioner Terry. Thank you, Commissioner Cottle. We're in discussion. I understand there's going to be an auction, and county gets first dibs, I believe.
Not in this scenario, Mayor.
Okay.
The property is declared surplus by virtue of your resolution, and the county can take, by virtue, it would be a transfer without compensation to the county for anything that they want within the next 30 days.
Okay.
What is left thereafter will be disposed of by the city, not auctioned, disposed of, because it's of no material value based upon, I guess, the reflection of staff.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Item 19, Resolution 2020-10-26-02, city surplus. Earl or Ashley, somebody.
These are just items that many departments across the city have determined as of no use to us anymore, and these will be auctioned off at a public auction on November 14th
And the auction takes place where?
at the Public Works Garage on
Okay.
2nd Street.
It's November 14th at 9:30
Yes.
on 2nd Street at the main thing. I thought, I was just going to say earlier that Commissioner Cottle may be dumpster diving for that karaoke machine.
Yes. That is true.
Okay, you need a
okay.
motion.
Need a motion to approve Resolution 2020-10-2602?
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 20, Resolution 2020-10-26-03. This is the fall paving list. Mr. Henry, welcome.
Thank you. What you have is basically a list of 11 places that we're wishing to pave at cost of $298,858. We have an active list that we're still working and of streets that need paving, but for the fall list, this is what we have come up with that requires our neat attention.
Do I hear a motion for, what am I trying to say?
I'll move to
Motion for the resolution.
to approve the 2020 fall street paving list as presented.
Second.
Thank you, sirs. Discussion?
Will this sort of get us through winter until we can hopefully do
Yes, it'll start
major
us through
stuff?
winter, and I'm going to meet with Shane Morgan tomorrow, and he's wanting to get started on this as soon as possible, so you'll start seeing some milling and paving very quickly.
Thank you.
No, thank you. No further discussion. Chair call the question. All in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Resolution
Thanks, Rick.
number 2020-10-26-04. This is with respect to the Main Street Streetscape Consultant selection. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. You have in front of you our memo. We have also got an exhibit identifying the project area that we had described previously for this current cycle of streetscape construction. This is the engineer that will be providing the detailed design for the future construction project that is currently not funded. City staff, we advertised, we received 7 responses to the RFP, solicitation for proposals. We went through our internal review, myself, the city clerk, and public works director. We ranked the firms, identified what we felt like were 3 good, they were all good firms that responded. We felt like this was one of our strongest pools of responses that we'd gotten collectively. But we identified nonetheless a top 3. In order to prevent a future meeting, we wanted to give you all the option to go ahead and take stronger advice from staff if you desired. So we went through the process of interviewing these firms preemptively. The top 3, we asked the streetscape chairperson to sit in on those interviews and provide a ranking. And so we did that last week. We interviewed the top 3 and identified Gresham Smith as the highest ranked firm as staff. What we are asking asking you to consider is allowing us to enter in negotiations with the top ranked firm by this resolution. If you all would like to interview those firms yourselves, you're welcome to. We'll leave that up to you.
Do I hear a motion for the resolution?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins.
Second.
Second. Commissioner Terry, thank you. Discussion?
This will be in cooperation with the downtown master plan, or with that in mind?
That it will absolutely consider those elements, which quite frankly, Gresham Smith is working with on your tactical urbanism project, volunteering. Also, they were able to communicate effectively that the relationship and the integration of the downtown master plan concept, so that gave them a strong presentation that probably separated them.
Very good. Good.
That's a good thing.
They done work in our community before?
Only on the downtown master plan project.
Okay, all right.
We have a motion and a second. Any
Yes.
further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 22 is Resolution 2020-10-26-05. This is the KLC litter abatement grant application. Mr. Coffey, in 30 words or less.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. We do this annually. This is a program that traditionally the money is received through the city and given to the county recycling and county solid waste department. I'm sorry, it's not recycling, solid waste department. Staff is asking permission to solicit submit the grant application this year and do the same thing with the funds. Service pass-through agency to the solid waste county.
Do I hear a motion?
Move for approval of Resolution 2020-10-2605.
Thanks, Commissioner Cottles. Or a second?
Second.
Commissioner Terry, discussion?
So this is a pass-through that goes to the county?
As traditionally received.
Yeah.
No further comment. I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Resolution number 23. This is Resolution 2020-10-26-06. This is KLC Insurance Services Liability Grant. Mr. Coffey.
We have engaged in the process of contracting for the sidewalk grinding and milling in and around town. We've got a map identifying the blue areas where we have completed the work historically or already. This year, this cycle is Broadway and also Fifth Street. The grant in front of you is a liability grant, 50/50 matching funds, up to $3,000 in grant funds. It will offset the expenses of this cycle, which usually range somewhere between $14,000 and $17,000. So it would be in excess of the grant match, naturally. And so staff is requesting to submit the application as it's no additional impact budget-wise.
Do I hear a motion for the resolution?
So move.
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins. How about a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Discussion? Seeing none, Chair call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 24 is Resolution 2020-10-26-07. This is with respect to the Perryville Road Water System Improvement Project easements. Mr. Coffey, it's been a long time coming.
Thank you, Mayor Commissioners. We are moving forward. The water tower bids are to be received this week. The water line from Coel to Tuggle Road needed these easements to proceed. The Rankin family has agreed to dedicate those 2 easements with the conditions attached. The resolution's attached for your review. We won't recite that unless you want.
Do I hear a motion for the resolution?
So move.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Cottle, thank you. I would like to thank the Rankin family, who have long time been great citizens in this community, for continuing to do so.
Great to work with.
I agree.
Yep. No other comment. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 25 is resolution number 2020-10-26-08. This is with respect to the dredging and removal and disposal bid at the sludge lagoon. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. This is the water plant sludge lagoon, otherwise known as the Henson Pond or the East Main Pond. We've done this different times before. This is for the removal of some of the material that the water plant discharges and holds in that lagoon. The contract, we had 2 bidders. H&A Resource was $155,875. Industrial Environmental was $164,505. Based on an estimated 1,500 cubic yards, staff is recommending the contract be awarded to the low bidder, H&A Resource Management, in the amount of $121.50 for each wet ton, not to exceed 1,750 cubic yards of material.
Do I hear a motion?
So move.
I hear a duet between Commissioner Cottle and Commissioner Atkins. Thank you very much. I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Where does this material go? Just curious.
This material is eligible to be mixed in, for example, with topsoil and then fill material. And so we will stockpile this material and then incorporate it into future refills in around town.
Gotcha.
It's sludge out of the Harrington Lake, which is just essential sediment from runoff.
Oh, so
Did you check with Commissioner Terry? She said she'd do it for a new shovel, new boots, and $85, so, I don't know.
and the karaoke machine.
Bargain.
So we actually get to keep this and reuse it, basically?
That's what our effort is to do, yeah.
Okay.
We will try to use it in fill material.
Earl, I remember several years ago, we considered buying such a machine. Is that just, it's not feasible?
It's a great
or not?
machine. We use it every day. We're using it at the wastewater plant right now.
Okay.
The demand for sludge has increased so that we cannot keep up with it with that machine. Quite frankly, the wastewater plant, we had a land farm that we eliminated quite a bit of the sludge out of the wastewater system. And we do not have any on-site dewatering equipment currently. Because of the land farm diminishing, our need to press sludge out of that system jumped up there. So we're using the machine. It is highly valuable to us as staff and is helping us be compliant.
Is there any need to perhaps purchase another one? Or
The strategy is as you implement changes to your wastewater plant that are forthcoming, we are anticipating installation of sludge pressing equipment there.
Oh, okay.
That's
Gotcha.
permanent. And so that will become part of that natural process. So we'll have the press available in the future for projects such as this.
Very good, thank you.
No further questions. Chair will call the question. All in favor of the resolution, the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 26 is resolution number 2020-10-26-09. This is something called the GAC Contractor Media Removal and Reactivation Contract Bid. Mr. Coffey.
You have two bidders on this project, S4 Water Sales and Service in the amount of $133,245, and Calgon Carbon in the amount of $147,476. Staff recommends the acceptance of the low bid. The project entails the removal and the cleaning of the filter media in your GAC building. You have 4 filters. This cleans and replaces one of those filters.
Do I hear a motion for the resolution?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Discussion?
Miss Terry's bid came in a little bit cheaper, but she was deemed a non-qualified bidder.
Yeah. It's a little beyond my skill set.
This is not, it doesn't pertain to this particular item, but I just wanted to say, having an item 26 on an agenda is a record for me, and I've been here since 2004, so way to work, Earl.
We're not done
So-
yet.
No, we're not done yet.
We're not
You're
done
breaking
yet.
new ground, brother.
Yeah,
Breaking new
yeah.
ground.
Rare air right now, huh?
And we just seen you didn't break any more.
Yeah, yeah. This is
Just
it.
for the
This is
public's-
your one
for the-
shot.
For the public's benefit, this is for water treatment chemicals. Let's see, we've got a motion and a second. Any further comment? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 27, new territory. Resolution number 2020-10-26-10. This is EPA Brownfields Assessment Grant application. Mr. Coffey.
Kevin, for your benefit, do you want me to read that 3-page memo? I would be
If
happy
you
to
don't
read
care.
that word for word.
Could you read it backwards?
We have all kinds of time.
The Brownfield program is a federal-sponsored funding source to do what is an EPA Environmental Site Assessment Phase 1. And it will also fund a deeper investigation Phase 2. It will not fund a cleanup. What we anticipate are and we can identify several sites downtown where we would advise any new purchaser of the property to complete a Phase 1. A commercial lending agency would require that in most cases. And this creates a situation where the city can have that service performed at no cost or no obligation to the city, but it's a benefit as we seek to implement the downtown master plan.
And just for informational purposes, a brownfield is considered where the ground could be contaminated. And there's a special, you can reuse that land, you just have to go through some hoops to do it.
A brownfield is considered land of an unknown environmental condition according to the
Thank
Federal
you.
Registrar.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do I hear a motion for the resolution?
So moved.
Thanks, Commissioner Atkins. Second.
Second.
Commissioner Terry, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 28 is the quarterly activity report for the Danville Fire Department. Mr. Simpson, I don't believe is here.
Oh, yeah.
There he is.
Hey, I just want to say, we got these tonight. You're under the gun.
Those look really good. Actually, I was locked out of the building for just a little while. I went over to Jerry Dominian's retirement at the fire station, come back and couldn't get in the building. So thanks to Chief Doan for letting me back in. So. And
I like cooperation between this fire and the police department.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to be delivering the third quarter report. And the reason we call it the third quarter report is because we run from January to January with our emergency reporting system. So that's why we call it the third, which would be July, August and September. And I want to start with the July 4th fireworks. The city of Danville presented those and put those on for the city and the county. And that was a really tough task because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The fireworks were delayed for a little while, then they were back on again. I just want to compliment Battalion Chief Michael McCurdy, Battalion Chief Mike Mulholland, Lieutenant Patrick Denham, and firefighter Michael Bugg for getting those fireworks working. And they did a fantastic job. They looked great. I think the citizens really enjoyed having the fireworks. And it was just nice to get out and view those and have those back on again. And thanks for the City Commission, for you guys, and also the county for allowing that to happen for us. But Michael McCurdy really did a great job. He's battalion chief over there, and he had the task of actually getting the fireworks, and he only had like 2 weeks to do it. And it's a miracle that he pulled it off. He did a wonderful job. So I just want to give him credit, and also the other guys. The third quarter report has been really, really busy. Our third quarter ends with a total of 860 runs. And I'll do a little breakdown of those runs if I can see them. Let me get my glasses out real quick. The bulk of our runs are, of course, emergency medical incidents. 56.2% were emergency medical. Hazardous condition, no fire, was 3.14. Service calls, 6.1. Good intention calls were 23.2. False alarm was 7.2%. Severe weather and natural disasters, 0.36. Special incident type, 0.35. And fires were 2.4%, which is really good. And that's the about the national average. Fires are way down because people are doing a better job with code enforcement. Also, they're doing a better job with fire prevention and public education. And homes nowadays are just safer in general. Most of our fires happen with homes that are over 20, 30 years of age, and most of the fires start in the kitchen area. Also, you can see on page 2, we are averaging 9.34 incidents per day during that time frame. That's a pretty good daily average. The incidents that include overlapping were 237 for 27%. And most of our overlapping happens between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. That's most of the time when people are out and generally having lunch or doing their shopping. And that's a really busy time for us. Most of those are usually motor vehicle accidents or emergency medical incidents. We're also taking a lot of precautions with the COVID-19 pandemic. Our firefighters do come in contact with positive patients on a regular basis. We have protocols in place to implement every call. They have to wear proper protective equipment, desanitizing on scene, also when they get back to the fire station. Our fire station protocols include 2 times a day we take daily temperature checks. Also, if anyone has any type of an illness, they're not allowed to work or temperature, and really maintaining those with the COVID-19 protocols we have in place. And we're doing a really good job with that. Some of our notable incidents were 431 McDowell Road, July 5th, 2020. It was a structure fire, a reported carport attached fire with heavy fire showing. Fire department personnel extinguished the fire and searched the residence to find no occupants inside. The investigation determined the incident was originated from discarded fireworks into a trash can. This incident required recall of off-duty personnel to scene to assist operations. And just like I said, they did a really good job on the July 4th fireworks. We really encourage everyone to go and see the public display and not use fireworks at home. I know they're a lot of fun, but they do cause a lot of damage if there is a structure fire. You always should have a bucket available and dispose of those properly. The next one was the Danville High School Field House, July 16th, and that was a very interesting fire because it was on school property. The fire was extinguished without any hazards to the fire personnel, and the Danville Police was offering a cash reward of identification of individuals. And I know that took a really hard toll on the Danville High School system, but luckily no one was hurt or involved. The Pioneer Playhouse Campground was on August the 23rd, and unfortunately a citizen did lose their life in that. Firefighters did a really good job of investigation, and also with the Kentucky State Police arson investigation and Danville Police Department. Thank them for their help on that fire. The Stanford Laundromat fire was on August the 24th. That was a mutual aid response that Stanford Fire asked us to come and help with. And we brought our ladder truck over and assisted them in that fire as well. They did a really good job. And one thing, we also have a really good working relationship with other people in the area, Stanford Fire, Harrodsburg, Lancaster. We all get along very well. Boyle County Fire Department helps us quite a bit. They do a wonderful job, so that's really nice to have those services available to you if you have a big fire. 158 Far Side Drive on August the 25th. The fire was activated in response to electrical fire, 158 Far Side Drive on August 25th. This was a structural fire. House was built in like 1981. It was a really large house. Firemen did a really good job of cutting that one off early and provided not a whole lot of damage to the home. And I think the citizens were really glad that they did that. Also, no one was hurt in that fire. Other news, annual testing of all fire hydrants. Mr. Coffey understands the nature of that. We have over 984 hydrants in the city limits, not to include Junction City and Perryville, and that's a really big undertaking to test and maintain all those hydrants. The reason we test and maintain them is because we want to know how many gallons per minute that fire hydrant produces, so on fire load as well, and know when we pull up on them, they're operational. So that's a really big undertaking for all our personnel, and I commend them, and I commend the city for allowing us to do that. It's a big asset to us. Lieutenant Spanier spoke earlier about, on page 4, him and Justin McBride did the Brotherhood Ride, 131 miles. That was a great organizational thing those two did, and I'm glad we could support. Also, Battalion Chief Heatherly helped along that as well with assistance. And also with the October fire prevention, we have ordered all of our fire prevention materials, and I'm happy to say that the students of Boyle County and Danville, kindergarten through second grade will receive, each one of them will receive some fire protection material this year. It's really odd with the COVID-19 pandemic with fire protection because you can't really do a lot of in-person things with our firefighters having positive contacts. So we're actually looking at some different technology platforms, from Google platforms to Microsoft Teams, that we may be able to put some videos together for the kids and for the students, which I think that's going to be an exciting time as well, working on that with them. But unfortunately with COVID-19, fire prevention has changed a great deal, and we're going to have to adapt to it and look forward to different opportunities. The opportunities are still there, and I think we're just going to have to make some adaptations to it. But that's the third quarter report. Our incidents up to date at this time are 1,730 on the year, so we're continuing to climb in our incident rate as far as they keep going up. So we have a couple months left, so expect that to probably be around 2,000 at the time of the end of the year. So, thank you.
Could I ask a real quick question? This is just for my own personal education. What is a good intent call?
I was going to
A
ask
good
that.
intent call could be a number of things. It could be a person has a question about a smoke detector activation, and where there is actually just changing out the batteries. There's a lot of categories it could fall under.
Okay.
Sometimes it could be a call also where the citizen doesn't understand the nature of the fire call. They're just calling to say, hey, I have a water leak in my house. Can you come turn it off for a sec? So
Right.
and that happens quite often. They'll call the fire department, turn their water off, and we'll go out and help them. Help them find it. And a lot of people don't know where their main water location is. So.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I was very impressed with this report and how comprehensive it is and the breakdown, and I was very impressed.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I have a lot of input also from our staff. They're very professional, and they help out a lot with this. Well, I can't take full credit for it. They do a great job, and I'm very lucky to have them there. Very professional. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, two quick things I just wanted to mention too. I don't think we've ever seen a report like this, at least with my time with the city, but it's beautifully done, frankly. It's one that you've talked about in numerous retreats of increasing positive touches with the community. Well, this in fact embodies that goal that you've ascribed to for years, frankly, in a report such as this. So, I mean, it's impressive. The second thing is there was a meeting about kind of the evolution of fire departments, or it came out of the ICMA conference that was really fascinating, and the numbers that Chief presented tonight kind of back that up. It talked about how fire departments have evolved into one of their main missions being medical assists.
Medical assist and customer service. I mean, you get throughout town, the fire department, those guys are out and about, and they impact the community with a touch. And they always are, that I've experienced, have always been courteous, and we'll give those guys credit. There's a lot of them, but they all exhibit a very positive attitude, and which is critical for the community. That's the first tip of the spear at times, and so we appreciate that.
Yes,
If I
absolutely.
could also just talking about emergency medical incidents, a lot of people ask why we go on emergency medical calls with the Bull County ambulance, Bull County EMS. The reason being, Central Station, if you have a cardiac arrest, say on East Main Street, or a respiratory distress call, we can be there within 2 to 3 minutes. It might take them just a little bit longer, so we can get there and start initiating care. And that initiation of care means a lot, that first 5 minutes of contact. So that's why we go with the Bull County EMS, to assist them, to help them. And if we can be first contact, and that's even better. So just want to let the citizens know why we do that if they see us
And your
going.
your response times are typically under 4 minutes. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. We try to get out of the station under 2 minutes, and we can be anywhere in the city in another 2 to 3 minutes. So
Yeah.
safely, that's a key word there,
Yeah.
safely. But they're always constantly practicing and training on getting their gear on. If you can get your gear on faster, you don't have to drive fast. And that's we always want to drive with the speed limit if we can. So they're constantly practicing getting their gear on, and some of them can even get it on within under 30 seconds. It's younger guys mostly. So they do a really good. They do a really good job. But I have seen, I think, 27 seconds of one of the faster ones. So that's pretty impressive.
We had talked earlier, City Attorney Dexter's comment, that this would be great to put up on our website.
Yes. that-
Publication like
Actually had
this.
that written down. We'll
Yes.
follow up with that in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if it's okay with the commission and Mr. Coffey, we'd also like to put this on Facebook every month, do a monthly report. That way the citizens can have some type of social media presence with it, and also the city website. Lieutenant Spanier has volunteered to help with this program to get this out every month. So he does a really great job. On the first page here, you see the 1901 fire station.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic picture, and it's pretty amazing. And now we're talking about building a new fire station. That's even more impressive. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
but thank you guys so much. Appreciate you.
Well, and you should commend him for reaching out to the remaining family members of the
Absolutely.
Yes.
officers who died.
He did a fantastic
'cause
job
he's
tonight
a-
with it.
Well,
How's-
and none of them showed up, but he made their outreach and
Yes.
attempt to get them here tonight, and that was great.
Yes.
And also, there's rumors about someone writing the history of the Danville Fire Department for.
That would be really, really impressive. That'd be really nice.
I thought so too, yeah.
I would get that coffee table book for sure. That'd be interesting.
I think you're the centerfold, I understand.
Well, I don't. Well, that'd be probably quite disturbing, probably.
What is the calendar they did in New York City?
Yeah, I was just going to say that you're talking about a calendar.
No, you're good.
I don't think we want to do that.
No further comment on that question.
All right.
If you do that, the mayor has to do it with you, right?
Thank you guys so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Item 29 is Resolution 2020-10-26-11. This is a grant award acceptance for bulletproof vest. Chief Doan?
Mayor, Commissioner, we're asking that we accept a grant. It's a federal grant. Patrick Lehigh Grant is the name of the grant. It's for $2,177.77. It's to offset some cost of vests. Those run about $800 a piece. Once we lose an officer, those things can't be reused due to the fact that they are fit specifically for each officer. So This is enough to cover hopefully about 3 replacement vests at $800 apiece, which every little bit helps. So we applied for it and got it. So we're just asking to go ahead and take care of that and move forward.
Do I hear a motion for the resolution?
So moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Mr. Cardle. Commissioner Terry, thank you. Any further discussion?
Plus, those vests have to be replaced every so often, correct?
5 years is the lifespan on each vest, yes.
I learned that in the Citizens Academy.
If there-
That's who he's getting them fitted for. He's getting them fitted for those who failed the Citizens Academy tomorrow night, right?
We thought we'd let you all test those out tomorrow, make sure they work.
Oh, that's the final exam, huh?
If there's no further constructive comments, the chair will call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Item 30 is resolution number 2020-10-26-12. This is approving the deed and settlement statement for the purchase of a piece of land next door at 475 LLC. Councilor Dexter?
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. I believe it was in late summer that you approved a real estate purchase contract of a small sliver of land between the new site for the Central Fire Station and 475 West Main, which is where Orange Leaf was in the front, Bill Ruth's accounting office is in the back, and there's that structure there that is a concrete wall, retaining wall, and by acquisition of this sliver of land, the city could do more site improvements that would help with the elevation of the new Central Fire Station. So you approved that contract, and the contract requires closing by the end of October, and we propose a settlement date of this coming Friday, October the 30th. Again, the purchase price on that land was $10,500. The settlement statement is there provided to you, and we ask for approval of that settlement statement and for the mayor to sign the deed and closing statement, any other closing documents that are necessary to consummate the transaction.
So move.
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Any further discussion? Seeing none, chair will call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. I don't believe we have the contract ready.
We do, Mayor, but I would ask that you table item number 31 until after our executive session.
That works for me. No.
Well, since it's a special called meeting, I would like a motion for that, please.
Motion by Commissioner Terry. Is there a second?
Second.
That's Commissioner Cardle. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
I'd like to make a motion to table the executive session.
Second.
Do I hear a motion that we move into executive session?
You just got a motion.
What are we doing? What's the?
All three? Legal, personnel.
You've been doing a great job. I think you ought to keep it up.
Somebody go ahead, please.
My cheat sheet is partially blocked, so.
Can I make a motion?
I
We-
tried to do it, but my sheet is blocked. I move we go into executive session pursuant to discuss personnel matters, pursuant to KRS 61-810-1F. And also to discuss litigation pursuant to KRS 61-810, I can't see the number.
1C.
See?
1C? And also for the potential of real property acquisition for
Discussion of which?
which discussion might or would be likely to affect the value per KRS. Stop it. 61-810, what's the letter?
1B.
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 We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner Cardle. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Opposed, like sign. We are in executive session. We move back into regular session.
Yes,
So moved.
please.
Thank you, Commissioner Cottle. Commissioner
Second.
Terry, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Can I
like
make a motion to
sign.
adjourn now?
Motion carries. We are in regular session. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, Mayor Commissioners. We'll start with, we have the resignation of Brittany Kaufman. We're asking you to accept effective October 2nd, 2020.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
We're offering you Brian Rousey to the position of water distribution trainee. He comes with us with experience.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Atkins, seconded by Commissioner Terry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Offer you Sean Ingram to the position of water distribution trainee.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Cottle, seconded by Commissioner Atkins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Offering you Devin Mason to the position of a full-time firefighter.
Do you hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Rolling along.
Motion carries.
Offering you Johnny Hogue to the position of water treatment operator, Class 4. Comes to us certified Class 4 operator.
Do you hear a motion? Commissioner Cottle, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Terry, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Offering you Logan Galloway to the position of water treatment operator trainee, transferring from distribution.
Do you hear a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins. Thank you, Commissioner Cottle.
Second.
All in favor? All in favor say aye.
Aye. Sorry, I got
Opposed,
distracted.
like sign.
I got
Motion
distracted on that
carries.
one.
All right.
The last one has been, would have been done at the last meeting, but it is with, well, just to hush, we'll just offer Doug Simpson to the position of the Danville Fire Chief.
Do you hear a motion?
So moved.
Oh, yes,
Motion made by
second.
Commissioner Atkins, second by Commissioner Terry, third by Commissioner Cottle. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You apparently got it fair and square.
Congratulations. Congratulations,
Good job.
man.
Yes, thank you.
You ain't got to go get us a.
Is there anything else?
If there's nothing else before this board,
Now if we get some,
yeah?
what? Oh, yes, the
I'd like one item off the table, please.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. That's right.
Oh, I'll move to take that item off the table. I need a second.
Yeah.
No, we had,
No,
yeah.
don't second it. No, second. Let him sweat it.
Has it been seconded?
Yes.
Motion's made and seconded, and this is item number 31. Approve the city manager contract?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
So the contract for the city manager is ready for approval. It outlines the terms that were extended prior to the appointment and are now memorialized for the benefit of all parties. Outlines the roles and responsibilities of the city manager and the board of commissioners. Says it is subject to an annual evaluation. The salary rate is $130,000 per fiscal year. Has all other standard terms and benefits, including vacation, sick time, retirement contributions, and things of that nature. If you have any other questions, we can show them at this time. Otherwise, it is ready for your approval and execution.
Do I hear a motion for the approval of the contract?
So moved.
Mr. Terry, thank you. Is there a second? Thanks, Commissioner Atkins.
Go second.
Any discussion?
We said no second.
Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Do I hear a move to adjourn?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Thank you,
Second
Commissioner
in-
Cottle. Commissioner Terry,
Earl copy, we're official.
all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. We're adjourned.